Alright, in theory we are live. Let's see though. 'Cause it has been a while since I've streamed. Where's my mouse? Let's see. Okay. We need to edit this. Alright, bear with me. I don't know if anyone's in here yet. I don't have my stream working yet. My chat or any of that fun stuff. What's happening? At least I don't think it is. Hey, how's it going? At least I don't think it is. Hey, how's it going? At least I don't think it is. Hey, how's it going? At least I haven't ran these stream tools. It's been a few months. I've been taking a bit of a streaming break. Let's see if we can get this fixed. I have a little tool that lets me see the chat on I have a little monitor down beneath my screen. But it's not working. So let's see what's happening. No upcoming live sources. What? Oh, that's why. Cool, I can actually see chat now. Nice. Yeah, okay, I think we're good. We're golden. Maybe. I wish there was an easier way to test this than just like spending the first minute. Oh, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. The mish has mashed. I can't get this stupid chat tool to work. I can't see my YouTube chat. What is happening? Let me try this instead. There we go. Okay, nice. I can see chat now. I can read messages. Nice. Trying to network your way into a graphics programming job. Yeah. Good luck with that. Genuinely. The job market is kind of tough at the moment, I think, for a lot of people. Alright, so this is yeah, I don't know if anyone... I don't know how many people are here yet. It's been a while since I've streamed. So, I don't know if anyone's even still subscribed. But this is the project I was working on before I did that little FPS first-person shooter thing that I was doing earlier in the year. So this is an actual game I'm working on inside the engine called Vitality. So it's basically Terraria in Minecraft, but with my own spin on it. This is actually a game that I've been working on and off for like 12 years now, maybe longer, 13. As embarrassing as that is to say. But this is a recent rewrite in my engine, so. Oh, we can't find it. I just added pathfinding for little NPCs, so this guy follows us around, which is pretty cool. sometimes he has trouble making these jumps. Nice. Yeah, he gets stuck sometimes. Yeah, I do graphics programming currently as my job, but I also don't work in the games industry anymore, which I like quite a bit actually, because it's more fun to like write games in your spare time than it is to work on them professionally. So yeah, I actually don't have a plan for what to work on today. I've just felt bad because I haven't streamed in forever, and people keep asking. So yeah, I guess I can give a bit of an overview because a lot has changed in this game since the last time I showed it on stream. Because I've been kind of grinding actually the last few months, last month and a half or so, trying to actually turn this into a game. And there's just so much content I need to work through to actually get this into a game ready state. So yeah, you can see I have this little NPC guy following me around. So these are the new NPCs, and these are going to be really important for the actual gameplay of this game. So essentially the premise is that in this game you don't really progress through like getting better tools, which is kind of like the stereotypical Minecraft progression tree where you just like go mine and you get better tools and you just kind of do that. In Vitality, it's about basically recruiting and building a team of NPCs. And each NPC will have different skills and like, you know, benefits for the player. So you'll be incentivized to like try and find these high-skilled NPCs and like recruit them to join your little team. And they'll be able to like navigate the world on their own and do things on their own. And there'll be little villages and little projects they'll work on. But essentially these guys will follow you around and help you do stuff. Obviously that's not implemented yet. I just have like the basics of the pathfinding, which is brand new. But all of these things are like little building blocks that will eventually be pieced together into more complicated systems. And then from that, we can do a lot of fun stuff. So that's the NPC thing. I also worked on the terrain generation a little bit. So we have nice looking trees now, which are pretty cool. And there's a bunch of different types of trees. And it kind of has a neat way that they get generated. So they're procedurally generated, so each one is slightly different. They look more complicated than they are actually. It was actually really fun working on the trees. Let's see, what else am I missing? Comments. Every time you say you're gonna make a game, you end up fixing stuff. Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's the trap I get stuck into all the time. And no, I didn't really continue working on that shooter. That was kind of a side project, admittedly, for me to work on multiplayer and to get better at just thinking about the design of multiplayer games. And also it helped me work on some stuff in the engine as well. So yeah, this game has multiplayer. So it's not just a single player game. Here, let me move my screen so I can actually see. So I can demonstrate this by opening up 2 instances of the game. I'm not sure why it's recompiling every single run. Make sure I'm not missing chat. RIP my compile times, by the way. Yeah, so this is the multiplayer stage, so you can like create a server. So multiplayer you can host, you can create like a new session, and you can start it. So this character, this screen on the left is the server, and then you can join, obviously. I just have the local IP address in here, so you can just quickly join. Oh no. Here, I have 2 versions of the game running. Let's try it up. Let me try again. Failed to establish connection. Oh, I see. It's because I'm in the Steam build, so Steam is snagging my user ID. Now I have to compile again for 3 minutes. But no, I didn't finish doing anything with the shooter game because I just kind of lost motivation on that, to be honest. And yeah, I'm back to working on this. So let me send an announcement with the link. All right, so here we go. We can host a session, and in theory, you should be able to join. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, this is multiplayer's fully working in this, which was also a huge project to get implemented. Because there's so much you have to think about with like the architecture of the game, and it's working really well now. So yeah, I'm excited. Let me see if I can find some water. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I don't think VS Code's too bad for C++. I have my own little VS Code extension for like helping me deal with like the project workspace and stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine. But yeah, so one of the problems with multiplayer is getting the fluid simulation to synchronize and not, you know, go crazy. So I spent time really getting this thing to work. So like on the left, if I spawn in water, on the right, there's a system that reconciles so that the client always sees like an accurate copy of the simulation. Because otherwise the water will just like go out of sync very fast, especially when things are like actively moving. So that's fun. What else do I have? I don't know. What else do I have to show? Oh, I have Steam integration working. I guess I just talked about that. So let's go back to the Steam release here, because there's going to be a game on Steam at some point. Don't worry, I'll actually start working in a bit. This is just kind of show and tell mode. Let's see, rest. Alright, so if I run this game on a separate computer on the side, just to demonstrate the Steam stuff, which is pretty fun. Here we go. Yeah, so you can see here, if I open up Steam and go to my little character here, I can like right click and just join game, and it'll actually join the session that the other Steam user is hosting. Yeah, it's actually pretty brutal. We're getting all the wildfire smoke too out of Minnesota or Ontario. So I live in the Midwest, and I think it's going to be really bad tomorrow, apparently, which I'm not looking forward to. Granted, I'm inside, so it's not that big of a deal, but yeah, it's I went for a run yesterday at like peak noon, like an idiot, and I swear I like almost got heat stroke. I came back and I was like getting kind of dizzy. Had to take a cold shower. So yeah, multiplayer works, which is cool. Right, disconnect server should boot me out at some point. I have thought about it. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet though. Because I already have in the game, I already have the fluid simulation in the game. So like you can see the water, and there's like oil, and there's lava. And the lava starts the oil on fire. So there's already like a pretty advanced fluid sim. Only for like liquids though. I do also have a wind simulation. So if I like turn the wind simulation on, you can kind of see, maybe if I make it nighttime. Like if I right click the mouse, I get this little wind gust that shoots out of my mouse, or of my character. And that actually like rustles the leaves. Which is kind of cool because if I like throw a grenade, it should rustle the leaves. I'm gonna add a pollution simulation too. So like it will simulate air pollution and ground pollution, because that's gonna be relevant for one of the gameplay mechanics later on in the game. But I don't have like per tile or per pixel. For me, you're wasting time. I have nothing. I think I do remember you actually. Were you the one that wanted me to join Y Combinator or whatever it's called? I don't know, there's been a couple people in here that have gotten mad at me. This must be a dream. Yeah, I'm streaming again. It must be a dream. Some dreams come true. Yeah, but I need to work on stuff today. So, please laugh at your joke. It's like a Jeb Bush. Please clap. So yeah, I'm gonna work on some stuff today. I want to get some more creatures in the game as well, because right now I only have the rabbit. So if I spawn the rabbit, this is it. Oh, and the NPC, of course. I have the NPC. So I have the rabbit and the NPC. I'm good. How are you? Glad to see you're back. Glad to see I'm back, I guess. It's all just noise, essentially. So I pick... there's kind of a... It's kind of complicated, but it's mostly just noise functions, like pretty much all random games. Why isn't this working? Here, I'm gonna play around with the NPCs for a bit. Look at this NPC pathfinding here. This is sick. So you can climb these walls. Maybe I'll zoom in so you guys can see. So I had the ledge grab mechanic, which lets you like climb these walls. I need to add a wall here. Look how well the NPCs can like navigate the environment. Maybe I should have a cooldown so you can't just like ledge grab 50 times in a row without losing stamina or something. I banned you from Discord? Are you sure you didn't get kicked by the auto mod? Because I don't think I've banned anyone. Unless you're like spamming. I mean, which is possible, I guess, if you went in there asking for help on some random project. It's probably... maybe I did ban you, to be honest. Well, you know, send me your Discord and I will unban you. Obviously, I didn't really mean much behind it. Alright, so, let's see. What can I work on? So yeah, I want to add more creatures. Maybe we can do that tonight. Because I really don't have a plan for the live stream. So I have a bunch of creatures from the original version of this game, which, if I can find out where they are, let's see, graphics, creatures, here we go. Here's our list of creatures. Yeah. Okay, so here's our list of creatures, and I think I have more of these somewhere. But most of these, well, some of these are animated. Actually, this isn't the list I'm looking for. Character maybe? No. Spine, this is it. Creatures. Updated spine. Here we go. So we have all of these creatures. Maybe we can add the plus serious. Where are the spine files for these though? Here we go. Anarchy 2. Alright, let's see. Discard changes. Okay, so here's our little critters. Why is it stuck in full screen? What is happening? Why can't I drag this menu around? What is happening? Hold on 1 second. Here we go. Finally. This is what I was trying to show off. No. Well, yes and no. No. So the context is that this game is something... will feature... or this game is something I worked on a while ago. It's like an old project that I've been reviving. And I'm trying to actually finish this time. So we used to have an artist that worked for us that made a lot of these assets. So like this little dinosaur. Let me find the animation. So this little dinosaur guy is one of our creatures. And he has a few animations, if I can play them. So he's a walk animation, an attack. So yeah, I'm gonna add this guy into the game right now. So let's see. Export him as a... Let's find the game. So I need to change something in here. Pack settings. We don't want rotation. Okay. So in theory, so this is called Spine, this software. This is just like an animation software for what? I don't know what you're asking. So you're not banned? You're in the Discord right now. What are you talking about? You're mad at me over nothing. Nice. How's it going? I'm not working on the FPS right now. I'm working on my the actual main game I'm making, which is my little Terraria clone, which isn't actually a clone. I say that in jest. Okay, so let's see. So we need a skeleton file. So I added support in the engine for these recently as well. So we have support for loading in these spine files. So basically, this spine file here in the export, it creates basically an atlas for your sprites. It has this giant JSON file to like actually describe the animations and the keyframes. There is a GitHub somewhere. I think the link is around. It's on my. If you find my GitHub, it's on there. The engine is like I have a public version of the repo. It's pretty outdated though, because I don't update the public version too often. So yeah, this loads in the Placerius, and then if we just like debug render this guy, where's my main function? Here it is. So like we can just demonstrate that this works. So we can like create a skeleton 2D, Placerius, and then we have to initialize this and init, which is here. Let's build. So we initialize this guy, and then we can just draw him in the draw function somewhere. Make it really big. I actually just want to sanity check that this works at all. I need to figure out why my engine keeps rebuilding itself after every build. I don't like that very much. Yeah, delta is delta time. Interesting. I expected to see I expected to see the little Placerius guy in the corner. Maybe I need to set its animation. We'll use the walk animation. And let's draw it here, I guess. Did I do something dumb? XY depth color. Well, I guess I'm not really like looking for help at the moment, but I do have the source for the engine available. So if you find my GitHub, the source is on there as like a repository. Why isn't this drawing? What'd I do? What did I mess up? The Manta journey continues. Yeah. The no STL thing is just kind of arbitrary, actually. I'm not too super passionate about that. This is cool terrain. Debug animation. Okay, so this works. So where is this hooking in? Let me just make sure I'm doing this right. Oh, I'm not calling update. That's why. Duh. Let me plop this debug in the same place. I forgot I split the update and the draw function. They used to be the same, but then I realized maybe I should have them separate. And the music is just RuneScape music. I just use it because it doesn't give me copyright strikes. Okay, I actually think something's broken. What is happening? Update. Maybe this isn't gonna work. I haven't tried 2 animations in the same file yet, so maybe this is something I need to work on. Do I need to set the skin? Here, let me see. Should probably have a default skin, huh? I guess default. Yeah, unfortunately I can't stream every day because I'm just genuinely really busy. I love old school RuneScape. Yeah, here we go. Here's the guy drawing in the background. Nice. He's not animating though, for some reason. I guess I turned the animation off. But here's our little dinosaur. So let's animate him. Yeah, so I just have a lot going on. So it's like I work full time. Yes, yes it is. It's called Spine. Spine. Unfortunately, I think you need to pay for it. I had a license from a while ago, so I haven't had to pay. I don't know if there's a free trial though, but yeah, here we go. Here's the animation for this guy. So it's pretty cool because you can like it's essentially skeletal animations, but for sprites. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with Spine as well. These animations are just like simple bone-based animations. Okay, so now that that's working, I figured out the issues. Let's just copy and paste the rabbit, and then we'll get the rabbit or the plus series spawning in. So if we just copy the rabbit entity, we'll plumb through the animations into this guy. So let me just look up every instance where we call this thing a rabbit and manually replace them. So we have sprites in here and the draw event. You need to create bones within the libraries. I do graphics programming as my main job. It's really not that glamorous. I work for a company that does like mapping software basically, and I work on different things related to graphics and GPU programming, doing that. So I do that full time, and then in my spare time I work on this, or I just have other stuff that I have to do in life. Unfortunately, over the summer I'm a lot busier than I am in like February, so that's why I was streaming a lot in February, in March, but I wasn't streaming all spring and summer. Plus I want to make progress on this game, and unfortunately streams are kind of distracting when it comes to me like getting locked in, but they're fun. It's fun to do them, so I'll see what I can do about doing streams more often. It's just I need to figure out a good schedule and way to prioritize them. So we initialize the skeleton on this guy. We can remove the sprite, and then in the init function we can remove this, and we'll just initialize this down here. So we set the skin, and then we just need to basically anywhere we were using the sprite. I guess how was I rotating the sprite in this? I don't remember. What does sprite that update do? Speed. So it's just the animation. Alright, and then facing. Okay, this looks pretty simple. So if we're moving, we'll just set the animation to the walking animation. This is the wrong entity. I should have like a function that returns whether the animation is playing or not. How will we ease this in? Is this a time? It's just like 2 seconds maybe? Yeah. Yeah, I use Ninja for building. Willing to learn graphics programming. Yeah, it's an interesting question. There's a lot to learn about with graphics programming because there's so many different ways in which you can define what that means, right? So I used to work, prior to my current job, I used to work in games at a AAA studio. So there I was doing like more conventional graphics programming stuff. So like actually writing shaders and doing, you know, GPU profiling and all that fun stuff. But in like the context of games. So I was like did specialized work in the context of video games, which is kind of what I'm doing here on the stream, right? But in my current job, I do more like general purpose GPU programming. So it's like more stuff in compute, more stuff relating to like simulations. So it's just like using the GPU, you know, as a general purpose processor, I guess. And then there's people that do like, obviously, you know, AI stuff is all on the graphics cards at the moment. So like that you could argue is graphics programming or GPU programming. So there's like tons of fields within it. So yeah, I would say just like first learn how the GPU works. Learn how the GPU and the CPU like communicate. Just learn the fundamentals too. Like you have to know about like memory, you know, like what makes software fast, what makes it slow, and then how does that apply to like the CPU versus the GPU, and then how can you use like when can you use one over the other, right? It's like most of the time when you're working on stuff, you're just figuring out what your bottlenecks are and like how can you avoid these bottlenecks, right? So like some things, you know, you might think would be faster on the GPU, but it's like you actually bottleneck in non-obvious ways. So part of like the job is just knowing that those sort of things exist, right? So you have to make intelligent calls on that. I know that's really general, but that's the best advice I have. Okay, so let me look at the human. Actually, where do I have this? Yeah. let me just add a flag here. I should really add an API into my animation system to track whether an animation is running, but I will just put an integer in here for now. What is decay as? A U32? Let me make that. Oops. This will just be an easy way of tracking, like, are we currently in this animation? If we aren't, we gotta stop the previous one. Actually, let's see what happens if we don't do that. This is kind of obtuse because I have like a system of layering animations on top of each other. So you can't just like easily pull like which animation is running, because you could have multiple animations running. VS Code's slow? VS Code's really fast. Have you tried at like the actual MSV or Visual Studio C++, like the actual Visual Studio? That one is slow. Visual Studio Code is pretty fast. Yeah. Alright, did I miss anything with sprites in here? Sprite, no, alright. Now let's get a spawn command for this. So we just copy one of these guys. Spawn dino. Call it spawn dino. Okay. Alright, so in theory, we should have a dinosaur entity now. Yeah. I try to avoid Visual Studio like the plague. Oh, that's right, I still have the guy drawing at the center of the screen. But if we spawn the dino, do we see a dino? Yeah, we do. Nice. Nice. His bounding box isn't correct, though. He's looking like he's floating through the air a little bit. So we need to fix that. I guess the question is, where does it draw? From the root? the root of the entity, or what? So let me draw the bounding box. Sure. Ask away. Sorry if I miss messages. I'm kind of locked in. I prefer DirectX, to be honest. I actually don't have much Vulkan experience. Like a API level. Like obviously I've worked with Vulkan, because Vulkan's pretty popular, but I haven't actually like implemented a Vulkan renderer. The rut. Alright, what was I gonna do? Yeah, I need that bounding box fixed for him. So what is the bounding box of this guy? I don't even know. He looks roughly what? So this is the root. Does draw use that? Or does it base it off the first bone? So maybe it should be by the root. Let's see. By tile map, do you mean like tile map can mean a lot of things. Do you mean like a tile map like what my game has? Because ultimately I have a ton of tiles that represent blocks. And I implemented it in kind of an unorthodox way, I guess. So obviously my game has like a ton of little tiles, right? So the way people normally like, oh, RPG Maker tile map. You mean like, I don't know. I actually don't know. I haven't really done tiles outside of like games like this. But you mean like tiles that have all the little connections? Yeah, let me look up RPG Maker tile map just so I can understand what you're after. Like this sort of thing? Where you build the level out of tiles. I mean, it's kind of similar to how I do it, I would suppose. Man, I need a pixel artist to help me on my project. Some of these look really good. That's the one thing my project lacks is good sprites. You mean like literally draw it like pixel by pixel, or you mean like render it into the game? Because if you mean like literally draw it, then I can't help you because I have I have no artistic ability at all. If you mean render it, I can explain how I would render tiles, or how it's typically done. Okay, yeah, so you mean rendering. The way it's typically done is you would render the tiles within like an instance buffer, which is basically a single draw call that can instantiate the geometry on the GPU. And you can optimize the instance buffer to be really low memory footprint because tiles are typically like axis aligned. They're at fixed like grid intervals, right? So you can mathematically derive where the four corners of your quad are based on just like the index of the tile in the map, right? So like Minecraft and like voxel games do this for like generating the geometry for the voxels, and that like all you really need to store is the index of the voxel in your chunk or something, and you can use that to calculate where the vertices should go, and you can do that with an instance buffer with instance rendering because your instance buffer would just contain like this tile exists at x3 y27, right? And from that, you know, like where your world origin is, that you'll need 4 corners and your tiles are this wide in pixels. So like within the actual shader itself, in the vertex shader, it can, you know, position 4 vertices to be a quad. And that way, you can send a lot of data. You can render a lot of tiles without actually like having these massive draw calls. So that's one way of doing it. My game, yeah. So my game has a similar problem where I draw a ton of tiles because like I can zoom out. I really need to figure out why it's thinking the cache is dirty every time I run. I have a bug in my I have a bug in my build tool. I wonder if it's catching the version change every time. Yeah, so I have a ton of tiles in this game because like I can zoom out and there's like tons of blocks on screen, right? It has to be performant. So I actually don't do the instance buffering technique. My engine actually works by... It's kind of like an old school technique in graphics, actually, where I have like a dedicated render target for the world. And then as I move around, I render into that render target just at the newly exposed edges. And then I just shift the contents based on like the delta of like how much the screen has moved since the last frame. So like the only cost I pay when I'm just sitting here idle without moving is like drawing a single quad with a texture on it. And we can kind of see what that looks like if I go into render doc. I wish I didn't compile every time I ran. This is really annoying. Maybe I should turn off release build too. It'll go a bit faster. I've been a bit lazy with my my build tool and I broke some stuff. So if I just take a capture here and look at what is being rendered in the frame, we have, yeah, here's like the main scene pass. And you can see my input to this pass is, well, actually, where is it? Where's the main scene pass? Here we go. I have like a single texture that just represents the screen. And then as I like delete a block, I just update a specific region around the block that changed within this texture. So I don't have to reprocess any other tiles. And then like when I move the screen, like you move over to the left 3 blocks, it will literally just shift this texture over 3 blocks worth of distance and then render a strip 3 blocks wide on the side. So it just kind of like always keeps a rolling window, I guess, throughout the world. And this is great because it keeps the actual like GPU time for rendering the world incredibly fast. So you can see this took, I mean, I don't know how much I can trust these render doc frame capture timings, but this render pass alone for the main scene is like a few draw calls of 58 microseconds, right? Or nanos, whatever this US is, which is really fast. So it's like no time at all to render. So yeah, that's how I do it. Actually, I could have just ran the game and shown in the actual debug overlay what that looks like. Where'd my music go? Here we have a dinosaur, but if I go scene foreground maybe. Yeah, so here's my render target for the scene. And like as I... Or wait, this isn't the one. Do I have a static? Which one is it? This one. Here we go. Here's the one I was looking for. Yeah, so like here's the actual strip. Like if I zoom in, you see how it like keeps shifting around? So like the top left is what's actually used at the zoom level. But as I like move the screen around, it kind of keeps a trail of like what was previously on screen, just because I'm literally shifting the render target. So that's how I render blocks. And I have a couple. I don't actually remember the exact count. It's 2 or 3. I have an opaque one, a transparent one, and then there's a scratch one, which you have to use for the copy, because you always have to have another frame buffer for the copy. So when you like shift, you have to copy and do a temporary, and then clear, and then copy back. So there's actually 2 copies. So I have 3. One of them is for transparent stuff, because transparency is always annoying. And the block data is just a 8-byte struct. And then that's stored in a chunk. And there's 32 by 32 blocks in a layer per chunk, and there's 3 layers. Because I can like build on the foreground, the midground, and then the background. So I don't remember how much memory that is. Let's see. 32 by 32 times 3. So that many blocks times 8 bytes. 124. So 24 kilobytes per chunk. And that chunk pool, I have 256 chunks always allocated that the world reuses in a chunk pool. So I guess that. Oops. So I have about 6 megabytes of block data, which is like really low. I can easily bump the chunk pool to be like much larger if I wanted to. Yeah. Okay, so let me turn off this. let me get rid of the dinosaur in the middle of the screen. And I can cut out this animation stuff too, actually. So I was gonna give this guy a proper bounding box. So how tall is he? Nice. Annoyingly, it doesn't draw at the feet. So I guess I'll just add an offset. The world's fixed size. So it's not a problem for me, but I guess it's like however many units you can typically go without floating point errors. My world is fixed size because I do a lot of work during pre-generation for like the world biomes and stuff. And there's like structure placement, which is hard to do if you don't have a fixed sized world. There we go. Nice. I don't know why his eyes are closed. And the animation didn't stop. Nice. Let me... What is happening? To stop the animation. Probably should use 0 is my null sentinel. Nice. All right, let's see. What other creatures do I have? So we have a lot of animals actually. Like we have a T-Rex, which is pretty sick. I don't think the T-Rex is finished though. Let's see. Yeah, this one's not finished. Maybe it is. Let's see. Here we go. We have the mammoth. So this one's fun. Yeah, let's get the mammoth in here. Export the mammoth. Oh, it didn't export textures. Why? There we go. Oh, there are actually a lot of variations. Here, let's just test it with this guy. spawn on a volcano. Oh no. Oh, I've crossed my max bones. What? Speedrun stream. I wish I could speedrun this game. Alright, let's see. Nice. There's our mammoth. I need to add inverse kinematics for the feet bones so you can actually climb the terrain properly. That'd be sick. And in theory, it's doable. I just have to figure out how. It'd be cool if the feet like position themselves relative to the blocks, especially for big creatures. What block is this? How come this block isn't using grass? Some of these blocks aren't using the grass color correctly. This guy runs fast. Look at him sprinting. See, now the fun thing is when you do the parkour, and you have the NPCs do these crazy obstacle courses. That's pretty good. They struggle a bit in some situations. Not yet. Well, the answer to that is complicated, actually. Because there was a Steam page. There technically is a Steam page. But I'm gonna make a new one. Because the one that's up is for, like, the old version of the game. And, I'd rather just have a new one. I might rename the game as well, so I'm still, like, thinking about things. I wonder why he jumps off sometimes. Where's my debug? Pathfinding. Legends of the Hidden Temple. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Let me see. Let's build another obstacle course here. Let's find some more scenic looking terrain as well. Here we go. Here's a nice, crazy scenic area. Alright. Let's build a little obstacle course. spawn in a little guy. And turn debug pathfinding on. See, this shows the debug path. So obviously as it navigates around, it's constantly evaluating a set of movements that can get the character to my position, obviously. And in that case, it worked pretty well. You can see how, as I move around, it's like, it's faster to go this way, and then I switcheroo, do a little switcheroo on him. Because he has a telepathic, he can just like read through, he can just know what I'm doing underneath the cave. Yeah, I don't remember what it looked like. It's not too hard to make situations where it fails. Let me see. Actually, it's doing pretty good. So the system works very well, actually, for like most cases. And I should emphasize that this is a very difficult problem to solve, the pathfinding for platform games, because like the whole world can be changed, right? Like you can change the shape of the terrain, you can add blocks, you can add obstacles. So like most of the techniques used in 2D platformers for platforming just don't apply in a game where you can modify the level. So every single path has to be like computed, you know, as it tries to get to you, right? Like it needs to analyze the terrain. It needs to like figure out, is this jump reachable? And it's pretty expensive to do that, to be honest. I'm in a debug build, so it's slower, but like some of these complicated paths took like 300 milliseconds to evaluate. And in a release build, that's more like 50 milliseconds. So it's like a very computationally expensive operation to be doing pathfinding to this like granularity. Like look at this path he found. He's gonna go down here through the cave, swim through the water. This is the path that it decided was more efficient. And then he finally gets to me. So yeah, but the NPCs are a big part of this game. So like, it's important that this system is very like robust, and that the NPCs can actually navigate these complicated situations and follow you around, because like this sort of NPC behavior isn't seen in the other block games. Like Terraria NPCs don't navigate like this. You know, Starbound NPCs don't navigate like this. They just kind of walk back and forth, right, at the little base. You don't really see the NPCs like actually navigating around confidently and like can follow you through like caves and stuff. But in this game, since the NPCs are actually going to be like meaningful companions that help you do objectives, it's very important that they are able to confidently navigate to like the same capacity that you can, right? So I can afford to spend some compute to do this. Plus it runs in a separate thread, so like I can just churn away doing calculations. It would be really cool because I don't have it implemented yet, but one thing I'll be able to do is use the pathfinding as like the basis for more complicated behaviors. So you can imagine, like, say I have the NPC, like, you assign the NPC to go cut down some trees to get wood or something. I can have, like, a logical, you know, behavior tree that's, like, a state machine that's like, okay, first we have to look for nearby trees, which like my engine also tracks, so like I can go to show the structures. So every like object, sort of block structure is a tracked kind of instance, I guess, which is like partitioned, so you can like figure out programmatically which tree is closest to your current position. So like I will have a behavior that will like have NPCs find the nearest tree, chop it down, collect all the resources, and then maybe they get attacked by something, and then another NPC will see they're getting attacked, so they'll run over there and help. And the pathfinding is, of course, the kind of the backbone to actually like having those behaviors be possible within the game. And I think it will be a fairly unique sort of gameplay mechanic that the other block games don't do. Because like this is a very saturated genre, you know. And like Terraria is obviously a very well-known game. So if I'm gonna create a game in the same genre, I need to actually innovate in some way, or at least provide a unique set of gameplay, you know, mechanics. So having the progression be tied to like the little NPC team you build is a big focus. Also, I have this cool water system, which I'm also happy about. And the NPCs can swim in the water. They can follow you around. Sometimes they get stuck in the water, though. Let me give some lanterns. So I'm not really programming right now, am I? Just kind of having fun. That's actually a cool idea. I didn't even think about using that. It certainly is the most showcased thing on the channel. I spent like a year doing water. I'm sorry. It's because there's so much to the water that's like was a pain in the ass. And I'm so happy that it's like pretty much done now. I can move on. Like, look, the water's actually generating in caves. The vision's coming together. There should be lava in some of these too, if I get lucky. I'm probably not gonna get lucky. But just like imagine... Exactly. See, imagine the gameplay potential of... I'm in this little cave. Here, let me turn the debug lines off. I'm in this little cave. Now imagine that this little guy here is like an expert miner or something, you know? Like an expert cave dweller, right? And you recruit him to join your little team. And then he can guide you to like rich ore veins or something, right? Because the pathfinding, if I open up the debug map here, here's the map. Where am I? The map is very laggy because it's drawing. So like I have pre-computed the entire world as like a set of splines and data. So I know where all the caves are. I will know where all the ores are, pretty much. Wow, this is like really laggy. So in theory, I could write a pathfinding sort of behavior. Oh my goodness, I've crashed my game. Here we go. In theory, I could write like a pathfinding behavior for like an NPC that can guide you through caves and like help you find rare minerals and stuff. But maybe the cave has like deadly creatures or something. So you don't want to just bring the miner. You want to bring like some guy who's good at combat, right? So now you're not just like aimlessly walking around. You can actually, you know, there's an advantage. Like you get an advantage for actually like doing stuff with the NPCs, and then they'll reward you with their skills. and that'll impact the gameplay. So that's kind of the ideas I'm thinking about with this game. He's stuck in the water. See, sometimes they get stuck in the water because they can't mount on the block when they're swimming. I need to fix that. Yeah, he's stuck. There we go. Nice. Yeah, that's the overview. What else can I show off? I don't even know. Oh, I have the inventory system? I haven't even talked about the inventory system because I'm just like so used to it. So I added this since the last time too. So here's the inventory, obviously. Pretty standard inventory system. But the cool thing is that you can have blocks that hold other blocks. So here's like a basket, and I can fill up the basket. And then if I want to, I can just like throw the basket. And now the basket contains items. Which is cool. Like here's a quiver. So if you have arrows, let me give myself some arrows. You can put arrows in the quiver. So you have 2 slots here, and you can put this in your ammo slot. So now you have 2 slots worth of ammo instead of 1. You can imagine there will be items that have more slots. Yeah, that's built into the way the engine's designed. So like, yeah, obviously this game is like its own project basically, and it just includes from the engine as if it's a library. I compile them together because I just compile everything in one shot. But like I can switch projects and go back to like the FPS game and just build this. So this is the game I was working on a few months ago on stream. There's no server. So this is in the engine too. It just builds. It's like as a separate project. There will be bosses, but there won't be... The boss won't be like the main focus of the game. Because like bosses are kind of a Terraria thing, to be honest. And I think I would rather focus my game on the other mechanics. But there will be bosses and such that there are like big creatures that you can attack. So like, I just opened one before. Like here's the T-Rex. The animation for this is broken. But like here's a T-Rex. And obviously fighting the T-Rex will be kind of a boss. I haven't really fully thought this out yet though, the whole boss thing. So that's something I will need to think about. But let me get more creatures in here. So like the pterodon. No, let's do... Here's like a little alligator. I wonder why he's looking to the left. He should be looking to the right. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I guess I can give a higher level overview of the game as well, because I just kind of talked about the NPC thing. But there is an overarching sort of objective within the game too. Let me get the game running again. So yeah, the main thing is the NPCs. But the idea for the game is that there's basically 3... I can see in the menu here. I have these things called ages, like an age. So these are like the historical ages of humanity, I guess. So you have the Stone Age, like the Medieval Age, and then the Industrial Age. So my idea with this is that the game is broken, at least the game when it will launch, will have 3 ages that you progress through. And the ages will have like a specific sort of gameplay and mechanic focus, and also like a thematic focus for the world generation and the creatures. So you start in the Stone Age, and that's why I have all these random dinosaurs and stuff. It's like obviously a fantasy, like a kind of a fantastical version of the Stone Age where there are dinosaurs and humans living together. But the Stone Age will be kind of your more survival driven, run around, attack creatures, you know, hunt and build campfires and stuff. And then the Medieval Age will have little kingdoms, and there'll be more like NPCs, kind of more political type stuff, more crafting, etc., etc. And then the industrial age is more like your automation type stuff. So there'll be mechanics related to automating, you know, the creation of items, automating building stuff. There will be a pollution mechanic, which will basically affect the way the world generates. So it'll affect like the local foliage. It'll also affect the NPCs in neighboring towns. So there'll be kind of... I mean, how do I manage the Terraria clone? There's not really much to manage because I'm trying to make the game fundamentally quite different, right? So like I'm introducing a lot of mechanics that Terraria simply doesn't have, and I'm trying to do it in a well implemented way, right? So I don't really think I'm competing with Terraria in anything except the actual like 2D block based style of the game, right? And that's a given. Like I can't really change that unless I go for a different you know, design altogether. Like my game is ultimately at its base, it's a block based 2D game, right? So like I'm trying to innovate beyond that. So like in the mechanics, right? Which is like why I have a water simulation, and there's oil, and oil and water can mix, right? So like you can pollute the water by mixing in oil. And that'll be relevant in like the industrial age when you're like digging oil wells. And then you spill oil into the local water table. And then the NPCs get mad at you, right? So then you'll have to like fend off these waves of other little NPCs who come running after you or something. Is kind of the concept. Exactly. I'm gonna go pollute the local water and then make pregnant mothers buy our baby food, our baby formula. That's the right humanitarian thing to do, right? But yeah, I don't know. I think there's, and like to be fair with the Terraria thing, obviously I've thought about this a lot because it's like, obviously similar games, right? It's not that I'm not thinking about this. But like to be fair, Terraria came out 15 years ago now. And there hasn't really been another game in the genre that has like meaningfully innovated, I guess. And like when I say that, I mean specifically like the 2D block style of game. Like obviously there are games similar to Terraria, in sort of like the gameplay loop. But there aren't many games that are actually like, you know, 2D block Minecraft like games that are actually like well implemented and finished, that bring interesting ideas to the game. So like my aspiration is to create a game that's like that, I guess. But of course I have a low budget. Yeah, is that the Kiora, I think? Yeah, Kiora. I saw that one too. That one looks cool. I guess the thing is, like again, I was saying, like I'm basically just working on this in my free time, like for free. So I have no budget. I have no publisher, right? So Kiora's cool, but it's like they're funded by a publisher and they're literally a company, right? So it's if it didn't look cool, I would be concerned about like what they're spending their money on. So yeah, I'm like trying to like make a game on a shoestring budget, basically. Which is also why like the art isn't great in all areas. I'm doing what I can. And I made the stupid decision to write the game engine alongside the game. So like I've spent more time than I should have just writing game engine stuff rather than making the game. So I'm trying to course correct right now and actually work on the game. So we'll see how that works. I've made some good progress though in the last few weeks. And speaking of progress, let's get this guy implemented. Okay, so we want to pack the atlas. What is this guy called? I don't even know what this thing is called. The some prehistoric critter. All right, and what else do we have? Just get these all imported right away. Oh yeah, we have the dodo bird. Here we go. This guy will be rideable. You'll be able to mount the dodo bird, and that will be fun. See some of his animations. Here we go. What streamer university? I would certainly work on it full time if I could. I would love to do that actually. Because I really enjoy working on this kind of stuff. It's just I also need money for life, right? So working a real job helps me get towards other goals. So I'm in this weird position where I would like to work on this full time, but it's hard to justify the risk involved in doing that. Maybe if I get the game to a point where I can sell it and it makes money enough to like justify working on it full time, I would consider that. But that's just such an unknown, right? So yeah, it's tough. Okay, so let's get this guy in here. Oh, did I just close that? I didn't mean to close that. It's actually really hot here. I don't know why I'm wearing a sweatshirt. Yeah, who needs money anyway? Who has to pay rent? My electric bill once this heat wave is over and my air conditioner's been running all afternoon. Alright, let's see. Yeah, we'll choose the alligator variant. Yeah, it's crazy out. It was hot out a few weeks ago too. We had a heat snap come through. It's been crazy this year. Yeah, and the audience thing is true. I'm pretty horrible at marketing stuff too. Like I just don't know where to post or how to post. So that doesn't help my cause. Check this guy out. He has a big head. Look at him moonwalking across the ground. It's pretty sick. Got Michael Jackson as a dinosaur before GTA 6. Alright, let's fix that. Yeah, some of these are annoying how they're rotated the wrong way. Yeah, it'd be fun to make money living off your own work. All right. Nice. So you get this guy lurking in the waters. He gets stuck. Yeah, I have to fix the water with the controllers because I have like you get stuck right at the edge sometimes. Let me fix that. Oh, I also have. I don't know if this works. Let me see. I did this just earlier today, or last night, where I made it so the creatures can also use the pathfinding. So I hooked it up with the rabbit, but it's kind of broken, I think. But this is a demonstration that the pathfinding system is robust enough to be used by the little creatures too. So like the rabbit can pathfind to me. I think he's using the wrong jump height though. Because look, he's trying to ledge grab. and rabbits aren't capable of ledge grabbing, so that's something to consider. I have not designed with modding support, and that's going to be something to figure out. I have ideas for how to do it, so it's not like I haven't been thinking. I just haven't prioritized it. It's tricky because the whole game is in C++, and like a lot of the core logic is just compiled, you know, into the binary of the executable, right? So like modding support, there's multiple ways I could do it, I guess. I could have a scripting language and implement just like an API to hook into the engine at key points to basically allow the scripting language to actually do stuff with the game. So that's probably what I'll do. I'll have to implement the scripting language, like hook, and then expose all the key systems to the scripting language. The tricky part, I mean, like, obviously the best form of mod support is just releasing the source code of the game. And it's like, I would love to do that, but I also want to sell this game. So if I release the source code, then like people can just compile it and just send it to anybody, right? I mean, that's not gonna stop piracy anyway, so like maybe it's a non-issue. So I don't know, I have that in my mind as well. Like maybe I just release the source code at some point, or like a section of it, and you can like link to it as a static library or something, or a dynamic library. So that way you can actually run C++ code through the project. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. My main focus right now is just getting the game built, though, because modding support's kind of a non-issue if you don't have a game that's actually like one complete and released, and two good enough that you get a community of people passionate enough about it to actually do create mods. So like it's kind of just a question of how much of my mental and like working bandwidth do I put towards mod support versus just getting the game out and then think about it later. But it kind of like in the same way that multiplayer is one of those things you need to think about early, I feel like mod support is kind of like that too. So that could come back and bite me. We'll see. Yeah, so why are these guys ledge grabbing? Movement profile. Let's see. I hooked something up wrong at some point. What do I request? Yeah, so it's just creating a generic one. Can ledge grab. So this should actually grab it from the entity itself. UE5. Using an engine would actually waste a lot of time. At this point, writing my game engine is like, and using C++ is like not the bottleneck, actually. In fact, I think it speeds me up significantly. Because one, I know the entire code base. Two, I can change anything I want. So like, if I don't like the way the animation system works, I can just go change it, right? Did I change this back on accident? I broke something. Yeah, exactly. About the gutting it part. What is happening? Why is this lambda? Yeah, thanks. Interesting. I don't know what's broken. That's weird. I guess it doesn't like this line. I'll need to look at this later. I had the pathfinding working for the little humans, and there's probably some hard-coded thing. Is it the movement speed, maybe? Movement profile. It's actually annoying. Let me just sanity check that this is the running version. I am not worried about... You have to realize I've written this entire engine without using any libraries. It's cross-platform. It compiles for Mac, Linux, and Windows. I have multiple graphics backends. It has multiplayer. If I didn't know how to use a pointer, that would be a problem. Yeah, you know, maybe it's trolling. I've just gotten rage baited. But people genuinely say this stuff, and it's crazy. Okay, what's the problem? The rabbit is definitely finding paths, but it's not navigating nodes. So why would that be? What is unique to the rabbit that would cause it to not work? There we go. It's the step size. So the rabbits expect to take a step. That's interesting. Or no, maybe not. Maybe it's just broken now. Interesting. What does the human use? Do they even have a movement profile? So what's the default? Step size 16, platform step 8. Let's just process of elimination. Which of these, let's delete this. Which of these causes it to break? A double delete, yeah. All right, now the rabbit thinks it's a critter. It's a human. It thinks it can ledge grab, so its speed is wrong. So now we need to actually set the speed. Where do I set the speed? So I'll just copy these. Nice. So now we have, let's get the AABB. Collision. So which of those caused it to break? wonder if it's because the rabbit is centered. Technically. Yeah, that's it. So it thinks it's in the ground. Oh, that's annoying. Why is he running so fast? Yeah, so it's this. So if I set this to, I think it's 16.0, because then the feet are the ground, is the ground position. That's really annoying. But I guess that makes sense. Or not. Let me set both of these. I should have a standard where the feet is the ground position. For the shooter game? Or do you mean for my actual frame rate? Because that could mean different things. All right, now let's render this guy in the right spot. So we have to actually offset his drawing by, I guess, 8 pixels. Don't worry, we'll get there. Yeah, did I hard code the vert for the cubes? Yeah, I did. I have like a utility file in the engine which can generate like primitives for like spheres and cubes and stuff. So I guess in a sense it's hard coded in the engine. Okay, so now we fixed that problem. So if I just go back in here and actually give him the correct details. I guess, should rabbits be able to climb ladders? Alright. What'd I do? It doesn't work anymore. Maybe it does work. So if I jump, then it jumps. So it's struggling to move across the floor. So maybe we do need a ledge size. Put that to 8. See, this kind of stuff is why I don't stream very much, because I'm just like here twiddling values to get the rabbit to follow the player. So it appears to get stuck in the ground. So let's do that. Oh, now it's working. Well, kind of. Now, can the rabbits do parkour? They can't quite make the jumps required. Let's give them higher jump height. So maybe their jump impulse. We'll give them double the jump impulse. Yeah, I haven't done that in my engine. I haven't found really the need for it yet. I did, like, I have prioritized the compile times for my engine, so like my code compiles really fast. And my build system builds the assets really fast. So it's fast to just do rebuilds. That said, it is kind of slow to compile right now because I've been a little messy. Look at these guys jumping. It's something I'm open to though in the future. Okay, so let's see. These guys just race along. The most intelligent rabbit that's ever lived. This is so dumb. So you get stuck sometimes. Here's the NPC with the Rabbit King. The Rabbit King. Look at all the rabbits around just like navigating to me from around the world. I've just like gathered a party of them. I gotta figure out why they're getting stuck. The bunny whisperer. Okay, let's see. Can I make the rabbit climb? I'm not sure if this actually works. I think I need to hook up the climbing action into the rabbit. But let's see. Yeah. The rabbit doesn't know how to like handle the climbing the climbing state. I don't know what's happening with this guy. What the heck? Why is my character like blue? Yeah, you can ledge grab in this game. So that's how you can navigate caves and stuff. Which is cool because I can spawn in like an NPC. Let me turn the pathfinding off. And you can like actually get out of these caves without like getting stuck all the time. You can do like cool parkour like this. It's like Assassin's Creed Terraria version. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't know if you just joined. I'm working on a few things, but I've recently been working on the pathfinding algorithm for the NPCs. And now I'm making it work with the with the animals as well, because they have different physics. Let's go find a more complicated area. Oh no. I just seg faulted. Uh-oh. Let me turn this off for the rabbit. Yeah, that's the goal. If I'm gonna make a Terraria clone, it has to be worth it for people to buy. Are they still following me? Should be wander. My bad. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's been a few months since I've streamed. This is the first one I've done since March, I think. It's crazy how time flies. I've just been really busy, and I've been working on this game too, so I've just been grinding. Yeah, here we go. Here's an interesting looking place. Put a little campfire down here. Yeah, so if I spawn some NPCs, I kind of went on a big. Wow, these guys run fast. I went on a big monologue about this earlier. Well, these guys are like, these guys are crazy. About how important the NPCs are going to be for the gameplay of this game. So I've been focusing a lot on making sure that they are intelligent and capable enough to actually like make their way around the world, so they can handle pretty intense obstacle courses. For the most part, still a few rough edges. Like, can they make their way out of this? I don't know. They get stuck in water. So let's drain this. They should be able to get up here. Nice. And if I like go over here, make a little path. No, I'm not using ECS. My entity system is pretty boring, to be honest. There we go. And they can navigate. They can climb ladders. Let me get some ladders in here. Here, let's do the obstacle course. So we spawn them in way down here in the water. Get rid of some of these blocks. So we'll spawn them in down here. We'll climb this ladder. We'll see if they can make it to me. Nice. Grappling hooks, yes. I do want to add those. I don't have them in the game yet. I want to add grappling hooks and the ability to like climb up walls with little spikes. I think that'd be fun. Because yeah, navigation is a problem in games like this. I also have the drop-through platforms. I don't have a texture for them right now, or a sprite. But these little wood blocks are the jump-through platforms, so you can actually like jump through them and then fall through. They will actually have proper sprites at some point. And NPCs can jump to ladders too. So you can like come up here. I can put them down here and they should be able to figure it out. Yeah, like scaffolding, exactly. Sometimes they get a little stuck. It looks a little jerky at times, but it's pretty crazy. This has been a fun challenge to implement. So if we do this little experiment again, drop them down there, they should be able to get to me. Oh wow, that guy just like climbed the ceiling. That was funny. Oh, they're stuck. Oops. See, sometimes they get stuck. Let's see. I need to work out some bugs. So they think they're stuck on the ladder, it looks like. So I break the ladder. It's kind of a mix of both. So it's using like the A-star pathfinding algorithm basically. And this isn't my first go at this. So this project is actually a rewrite of the, like this isn't the original version of this game. It's actually a game that I worked on like 10 years ago. And that game already had pathfinding. So like, this is a problem that had already been partially solved in the previous one. But I've since like started rewriting it in C++ in the new engine. And I've made some improvements to the method I was using before. But yeah, long story short, it's like an A-star platforming or a pathfinding algorithm that does an expanding search. So every time a path is requested, it like breaks the world down into the little like searchable cells. And there are different types of cells, which correlate to the like I guess the behavior or the action of like the NPC in that situation. So here, let me restart a new level so we just get one of these guys. So if I spawn one in, so like as I walk around, you can see like I have the debug overlay visible, so you get these white trails. So these are like pathfinding nodes, obviously, but they're color coded. So like the white one, these are walking nodes. Right. So as the pathfinding algorithm doing like the A-star sort of weighted search using check events, that'd actually be pretty funny. It prioritizes different actions. And the reason I'm going on this whole preamble is because in a platform game, you can't just like naively search in all directions because obviously you have gravity to think about. So what is reachable in the vertical axis is determined by, you know, the ways in which your character can move vertically, obviously. So the main ones are jumping. To get jumping to work correctly, I actually run a more expensive, like to compute pass to calculate jump trajectories. So you can see that as these blue lines. These are like the explored jump trajectories, and then this is like a path that has won. You know, it has found the destination. But the jumps are actually pretty expensive to compute because it's actually like simulating with the entity's like actual physics movement code, different jump arcs, depending on the input, right? So like if you jump and then hold, you know, the left input a little bit, you'll fly a certain amount, but if you hold it longer, you'll fly even more. And the different combinations get you in different different places. So yeah, and then of course, for like the ladder The ladder is a certain type of node, which is like, you know, a climbing state. And then, like, if I have a giant pool of water, there's swimming navigation, so you get like these different color nodes for swimming. And all of these different paths are weighted such that it basically tries to do the cheapest one that gets to the destination. And the cheapest one that I have weighted is just walking. So like, it tries to do walking first because that's the easiest one to compute. But if walking doesn't get you get closer to the destination, then it starts to try some of the more expensive to compute options, which are jumps. So yeah, so it's like literally a brute force, but it's not truly a brute force because I do cache certain stuff per cell. So like a lot of the computation, it can expand once, calculate a jump trajectory, figure out where a jump with this input goes for, like, which cells does this jump reach, you know? So it will compute that once, and then the next time it tries to do that, it will see that it has already computed that. So like I do cache intermediate computation, but it is brute force. So it's by consequence, some of these paths take a while to compute. So like I'm spitting out output right now. Like most of these are like, you know, 0.09 milliseconds. These are just like walking along the surface. But I assume this was when I was like navigating over that wall and it had to like try a bunch of different combinations of jump arcs in order to find a valid spot. And you can see that the pathfinding algorithm had to go through 17,000 basically expansions, nodes, in order to find a valid path. So that was expensive to compute. But I churned through this in the background thread. So I have a thread that's dedicated to just handling pathfinding requests, basically. And it's asynchronous. So like the API I've developed is that like the NPC can just request a path. It will return a handle to a path, and then it will just pull based on that handle whether a path has been returned or not. And then like once the path is valid, then it can access the nodes. And then there's a separate system that feeds basically input commands to the entity based on the nodes and like the current, I guess, position. Yeah, it is virtually free. You know, as long as it's not blocking the main thread, who cares? And it is like very like, it's very bursty, you know, because like most of the time that thread isn't doing any work because nothing is requesting a path at any given time, right? So like that thread sleeps for most of like probably 99% of the time. But then every so often it gets a burst where it really has to churn away on work. So, yeah, that's just how it's implemented right now. But yeah, it's pretty cool because you can do like pretty complicated little setups, and the NPC can just figure out. Well, we have to get something it can actually navigate. Like it can figure out pretty complicated little jump combinations. We'll see. We'll see if I give a talk. The game has to take off first. I have to finish the game first. I think it's pretty cool. This has been like... Yeah, because I... Try the upside down angled blocks again. Okay, yeah, we'll try those. Yeah, because these are the full blocks. This game has what I call them micro blocks, which are just like your classic shapes. You have the stair, the slab, the quarter block. So they're like sub-shapes within the grid. So like these make it a little tougher to navigate. So if I like put a ladder here, can you figure this out? So you should use this ladder. We'll see if this works. I don't even know. Oh yeah, there we go. Pretty good. It's cool because it looks more complicated than it is. Like, The algorithm itself is actually fairly simple. It's just like the specific parts that like make this emergent behavior actually happen are kind of non-obvious, I guess. So like, how do you calculate the jump arcs, and how do you build like the navigator? I call it. Yeah. So like, how do you actually like take this path that's been generated and then refeed that input to the little character, such that it actually stays on the path, right? And I've kind of cheesed it a little bit in some areas, but it's pretty good. But yeah, I need to add some like level of artificial error in here, so like, so he doesn't just always chase you down at full speed, like a ninja. It's kind of cool though. It also works over pretty long distances, so like you can really pathfind. Like I could probably go across this lake, and then he'll come running in at some point. You can see some of these are taking forever. Again, this is in a debug build, so I don't have optimizations on. So it is faster than this in a release build with optimizations, and like I'm not doing asserts everywhere. There he is. I have an issue with the sound. It's playing the submerged sound effect because this guy's underwater. The game thinks any human character that's underwater must mean that we should play the submerged water sound. Yeah, it's because it's always recalculating. Like here it's struggling. It's pretty satisfying. It'd be cool to give like different skill levels to the NPCs as well. So like some of them are better at doing the crazy ledge grabs than others. Because right now it's a bit like it's a bit intense how they can all just like jump around like they own the place. Oh, this cave just ends? What? Yeah, I could actually. You could like generate the most extreme viable paths. Yeah, that'd be fun. Alright, let's see. What was I doing? I was working on the, here's a giant ocean. Nice. Should be a volcano near here, I think. Maybe not. How do I make the characters stop when I pause? Actually, it doesn't pause the game right now. Everything just keeps going. The way you can do that though, like cheaply, if your game is delta timed, you can just feed a delta time of 0 to the like the update loop when the game's pause. So that way nothing progresses. It is so hot in here, oh my gosh. I'm like burning up. What was I working on? Yeah, I was adding these creatures. So I want to add the dodo bird. So let's get the dodo bird in here. Nice. I'm just using this. This guy's my test. We'll do the tamed dodo. Yeah, so like I was saying, I was working on this game 10 years ago, so a lot of these sprites are from the old version. Yeah, exactly. I give them inputs. Yeah, so I can maybe show that in a second. Let me just spawn this guy in to make sure the dodo worked. Oh, he's backwards too. We have a moonwalking dodo. So dumb. His animation is really fast too. Yeah, so the way it works essentially is I have, let's see, I was shuffling some of this around. Do I have it in the creature? I forget where I put all this stuff. I've been moving stuff around. I essentially have different inputs. These intents, which are like my actions that an entity can perform, right? So you have like nothing, idle movement. You have move left, move right, climb up, climb down. So these are all like the actions the entity can perform. And this is in my component. Like I have just like a common place for these, which I just call components. I guess I think entity component system, but that's not what these are. So these are driven by the pathfinding system. I call it the navigator. So if I go in here, where is it giving it? Essentially, it reads the nodes, and from the nodes, it knows what input to give it. So like when you have a string of walking nodes, it knows that like if the walking node is to the right, then it has to drive the right, the right action node, right? If it's to the left, it has to drive to the left. And then like if it reaches the jump node, it knows it has to send a jump command. And essentially that's how it works. In the pathfinding nodes correlate, to those input systems, I guess. So like I said, it's actually like simpler than it seems. So yeah, it literally just replays inputs. And the cool thing about designing your entities to use it like an input system like that is that it unifies the code that the pathfinding and like the, I guess, the ambient entities have and like the player controlled entities. Because the local player, the guy you actually control in the center of your screen, is just the same entity type as the NPC that gets controlled by the Pathfinder, except rather than the pathfinding system feeding the input, like your keyboard feeds the input, right? And it just works. And the cool thing is that if you build a bunch of entities that just use the same input system, in theory, I could create a character that's controlled. Like I could create an animal that's controlled by the main like player controller. And it's just all I have to do is switch out like which entity I'm using as my, controlled. I call it like avatar, like the little avatar thing. And yeah, it is deterministic. Yep. In this game, it's like really simple. So yeah, that's how it works in a nutshell. Let me fix the dodo. I should really just fix all these source assets so they're all standardized. Let's see, what else do we have? Wild dinosaur. What are like the best bang for my buck ones to add in this moment? Oh, here we go. The Triceratops. Oh, I didn't even show it off too. The multiplayer. So the NPCs work with the multiplayer too, which is really fun. So if we do if we open up a multiplayer session and then connect here and open up 2 of these. So now we're in multiplayer and I spawn in the NPC. You can see him chasing me around. But I have it set up so it always chases like the closest player. So like now he's chasing this guy. I didn't even mention that either. I forgot about all this. Yeah, so I am gonna be doing playtesting soon. I have a post in the Discord server about it. I'm still working through different things. Because I want to do the playtest through Steam with like the Steam keys, just so it's easy to like auto update and stuff. But yeah, that's something I want to do like very soon, actually, within the next week or so. Or 2 weeks, probably, realistically. Oh, we fell. It's like, who does he chase? He's gonna choose me. So yeah, playtests are something I want to do, because there's a lot to test here. Yeah, they get stuck in water, unfortunate. That's right. You're the other Jared. Yeah, I remember you from earlier in the year. Yeah, I'm not working on the first-person shooter game anymore, like I was before. I'm working on this game again. Then, I've been grinding. It's been more of a show and tell session tonight, but I guess it's fine. Ancient millennial. Yeah, I'm young, borderline Gen Z. So about these playtests. If you guys join the Discord, well, I have a post in the Discord. I need, I don't know. I have some private channels in the Discord, and I have like, because I'm trying to gate it behind people who actually are interested. I don't just want to spam it everywhere. But I'm gonna do these through Steam, so there'll be like Steam keys that you can download. I just need to figure all that out because it's kind of complicated to work with Steam. But there's not much gameplay yet, I should emphasize. So the testing right now is going to be mostly just like the fundamentals, you know? Like it'd be cool to do some multiplayer sessions so we could actually test out the latency. Like I have it working so the Steam multiplayer stuff works. So like if I demonstrated this earlier, I have another computer on my right side, my laptop. Actually, maybe I didn't post the Discord link. Yeah. Maybe it's not on Twitch. My bad. I should have put that in the Twitch description. I can just post it in chat, I guess. Here, let me. Okay, so what was I doing? Yeah, so I have it working with Steam already. So like, it's cool because you can play multiplayer without port forwarding, which is was also a project to get that Steam networking API hooked up. But I had that. I finally got that working recently, so you can, while stuff is compiling here, I can create a session, just kind of demonstrate how this works. It's kind of neat. Yeah, so this is with the Steam API compiled in, so I can close out this window actually. And something's crashed. Nope, we're good. So you can see I have Steam open. I have my other computer playing with the session, so what's cool is you can just like go and click join game, and you just start connecting. And then I can join. And this is all without port forwarding, which is awesome. There we go. We're in. Except there's a bug. Well, I have to fix that. Let's try this again. Why do I hit 71 compilation units? It's great. Yeah, Twitch is a. I do this dual stream thing. I think I'm technically breaking the Twitch terms of service by having the chats mixed on screen like that. I don't think you're supposed to do that. But yeah, otherwise you can join through the friends list here that also shows up in game, so you can double click. Yeah, you can do multiplayer without port forwarding, which is insane. Well, not insane, but it's pretty nice. There's more latency because you're using why does this show up as a dodo on this screen? There's more latency involved because you're basically using Steam as like a relay server. So Steam is the one that like allows you to be the middleman, you know. Did they remove that recently? That'd be that'd be huge. I'm not like I've actually been worried about that rule, but you know. But yeah, so this is a multiplayer through Steam, which should be fun. Which would make it easy to do playtests because like no one wants to port forward. Port forwarding sucks. So as long as we can play seamlessly. And, oh yeah, look at the wind simulation too. There's a wind simulation. That's the other thing I've gotten working. Oh, I'm playing on a game that's out of date between the server. That's right. So when I place campfires, I get rabbits. Have you... Where do I start? The water stress test will be historical. Yes. Yes, it will. Where to start? In game dev or just like... Yeah, this is definitely inspired by Terraria. I'm trying to do Terraria, but like different, I guess. Better in certain ways. Worse than others. So yeah. That's that. The menu system. Oh, I have the settings menu in here too. Things are coming together. Now I just need to work on gameplay. You can change your language. Now, I broke my no AI rule for the language translations. So these are all placeholder translations. I won't actually use AI to auto-translate for me. But I had to test the localization system. So, yeah, you can change language. Oh, you can do Chinese, too. Because the Chinese are going to take over. Alright, what else is there? Nice. Good luck. That's a lot. That's a lot to do. I mean that genuinely. Okay, back to work. I haven't really been working tonight. Let's get the Triceratops in here. We're just getting all the creatures back in. It's kind of boring porting work. So what do I call this thing? And we will... the Brachiosaurus. See, this is what I need the inverse kinematics for, because these guys are going to look jank as hell walking along the terrain. Because if there's like a slope, you're just like floating in the air. So that'll be fun. It'd be cool if you could like have the bones in the neck actually like eat the leaves. That'd be really fun. No, this is Spine. This is a separate software. I'm just importing the animations into the engine. So no, I didn't make this program. This is just like a popular 2D skeletal animation software. It's like Blender, but for like sprites. All right, let's see. What's this guy called? How do you spell Brachiosaurus? Brachiosaurus. There we go. No, it's... Well, I guess yes, it is a dinosaur. The game has dinosaurs, but it also has other stuff too. I'm just working on the dinosaurs. There's three historical ages that the game takes place in. So you start in the Stone Age, then you go to the Medieval Age, and then you go to like the Industrial Age. So each age is themed relative to like kind of the fantasy type creatures of that era, you know? Like when you think of like the Flintstones, you know, the Stone Age Flintstones, but there's also like dinosaurs walking around, right? That's kind of like the vibe of the Stone Age, and that's what these sprites are for. But like the medieval age would have more, you know, knights and fantasy type stuff, and like I don't know, think of like fairy tales. So it's just supposed to be kind of fun, and it's a way of like having different themes kind of under the same umbrella. And no, have I looked at Rive? I don't know what that is. Vector animations. Cool. Jank rigging. All right, 1 second. I'll take a look once I get this guy in. All right, let's see this. Rive.app. Here we go. The interactive engine experience. Is this what it is? Rive.app. Get started. Nice. Well, I don't want to log in right now because I'm not feeling it, but this looks pretty smooth. I will keep that in mind. See, I don't actually do the art, so we had someone else that was working with us to make these sprites back in the day. Like these are old sprites. I'm just using them in the new project. So I will need to find a new artist to help me at some point. Okay, so what do we have left? Serious. Mammoth. What's this one? This one is nothing. All right. Does the wolf have animations? Nice, we have a wolf. Yeah. I wonder how that'd work with like pixel art though. Because then you would need like vectors for everything. Okay. Let's get this guy back to being a serious. Nice. It's just yeah, I can explain this. So this is my entity system in the game. So I have like these macro things. Here, once the game compiles, I can explain this. All right, yeah. So I have these are the object. I call them objects, not entities, in my game engine, just because I don't know, decided to do that. So these are files that are prefixed .object. So these aren't actually the files that are compiled directly. You can kind of think of it like a definition file, but for like structs, for classes that drive my entity system. Maybe I shouldn't scroll so fast. So basically what happens is you when you create objects in the engine, you just define these little object files. And you can obviously see that there's like C++ code in here. And you can have like functions and stuff. But there's all these little macro sort of syntax things. And you like have these definitions. So what happens is that at build time, I actually process these files and parse them. And from these object files, I generate sort of a bunch of boilerplate code that the actual game runtime uses to deal with, memory allocation, handling types, all this stuff. So if I go to the output folder for generated, so like I have this objects.generated header file. So this kind of globs all of the object files into a single massive header file. And you can see, like, if I go to, let's see, the entity rabbit, and we like scroll around to wherever he's defined, you can see that object file has been basically transformed into a class definition, and kind of the associated glob of functions and stuff. And then it also generates this handle struct, which is kind of like a wrapper around and access to the raw pointer data, for which like an instance of that object lives. And of course there's a corresponding source file, so you just get this one mega source file. Yeah, essentially. And this is helpful because I don't. Well, there's like a lot of stuff within this. It's a lot to unpack. beyond just the structs, I also generate like tables that I use to allocate memory, like at application startup, and then I have what's called like object contexts, which are basically just pools of instantiated objects. So like you can have multiple contexts that contain instances of objects, at any time. So like in Vitality, for instance, I have a pool of objects that live, I guess, resident within the actual world chunks. So like if an object is instantiated in that context, it will register itself within a chunk and then like be unloaded when the chunk unloads, or loaded back in when the chunk reloads from disk. So like I can tie the lifetime of the instances of the objects to the context that they're created in. But there are some objects where you want them to be alive the entire time, like maybe important NPCs or something would live in a separate object context that's just always loaded, right? It's just like persistent in the world. So I have a whole system like in the engine that can deal with doing that. The other thing I do is all of the types. The source code you write when you're writing game code doesn't actually ever really interface with the direct types themselves. Instead, it uses enum aliases of the types, so I can just treat the types as like integer values, which is really useful because there are certain situations where, like, say you want to randomly create an object that's either one type or a different type, right? The code to randomly pick an integer and then like spawn that type is much simpler than if you had to like literally write the type itself like as a input to a function, like, because then you get down this whole template rabbit hole, and then your source code generation explodes at compile time. So I try to keep types behind these integer handles. So there's like a whole bunch of generated code that in the places where it's necessary can convert these back to like actual pointers that you can access data with. So yeah, it's this whole system. And I also I try to avoid memory allocations during the lifetime of the context to as much as possible. So there's like ways that I can code in, like specify, how many instances of a type. Let me see where the objects are. Like in the instance here, I can like specify that this guy has, he can have 64 instances of himself instantiated, and then that can be dispersed over like 8 buckets, right? So it will split up. I can only ever have 64 of these things total, so it can like pre-allocate enough memory to contain 64. And if I don't want to pre-allocate, I can define how many fit in a bucket instead, so it can like chain buckets together and allocate dynamically. So like by specifying either of these, I can control whether all of the memory is known up front, or if it's doing dynamic allocations as you create new things, which is really useful in certain situations, because like if you have a particle system, you probably know what your max number of particles are, right? So you don't really want situations where like particles end up allocating memory just randomly, and then you have to like worry about freeing the memory. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of just rambling right now, but that's that's all the things I've thought about and built into the system. So it's pretty cool. And yeah, I'm a big fan of metaprogramming. Within reason. There's some stuff that's like maybe a bit extreme. And like I actually do a similar thing with my shaders in this game as well, or with this engine. Yeah, IntelliSense doesn't work. I use a ClangD as my IntelliSense, or my or whatever it's called. The clouds just popped. I have a bug with my cloud renderer. I use a ClangD, which works well for me. Oh, how's it going? Welcome back. Mishmash. The Mishmash has returned. Mate, you have to check out these sick pathfinding physics. Oh, look, I got the Placerias back in here too. Looking good, looking good. If anyone doesn't know, Mishmash, who's in chat, him and I used to work on this game when we were making the original version, like 10 years ago. So this is a team effort. So it's fun. Finally getting the game back to like, it's still not even there yet, but it's slowly getting back to like an equivalent state of what it was in the old version, in terms of like what content is available. So we'll see how that goes. The classic. Yeah, let's spawn the NPC in. Man, it is so hot in my room. He's the GOAT. You guys should check out his new game he's working on too on YouTube. He's got a pretty sick voxel project. A 3D voxel. Here, I'll pimp it right now because it's sick. He's working. He has moved on to the third dimension. I'm still stuck in the 2 dimensions. Oh, I missed the clip with the water. This is his voxel game he's working on. It's like Vitality, but 3D. based on the way this has been popping off, now I'm wondering if I should have done 3D. But it's all good. The lily pads look sick. And the fish. And the little vines. I missed the clouds. This is the new video. He added clouds. Look at those clouds. I should stop jumping around. I'm sure it'd work. It should work in 3D, right? Like, I guess the question is, how much does the third dimension slow it down? For like the basic stuff, it'd probably work fine. You gotta get those raccoons to chase you around. Man, I still want to do clouds. I haven't done cloud rendering yet. In 3D, it's like one of my bucket list things to work on. Yeah, cool stuff. Maybe I should have a bit more cooldown between like when he ledge grabs and when he jumps. Because sometimes it seems like he just like shoots right up with such confidence. Look at the stamina this guy has to like do a pull-up where he launches himself 10 feet in the air. It's so dumb. I need the grappling hook. Imagine having pathfinding with a grappling hook. Let's get back to adding creatures. Yeah, it's true. Like it always reminds me too. It's like I think people think 2D games are simple as well. Like people see a 2D game and you just imagine that it's like simple. But like 2D stuff is pretty complicated. And like there really isn't much difference between the 2D and the 3D, except you just add another dimension. But of course in 3D you have like the extra dimension, which makes, you know, your memory increases by the cube, right? And like the You couldn't just brute force the water simulation in 3D probably, like at least with the way I'm doing it, because it would just be so much more interactions and just like, yeah, cells to compute. You feel like a scripting kiddo. No, it's fine. I have to figure out why this grass is drawing pure white as well. I really haven't worked on anything substantial tonight, have I? I'm just kind of like scrolling around. I figured I should stream because it's been a while. So grass. We can fix some of these little bugs. Grass small. This is the one we care about. Which grass do we use? Plant, draw, grass. This is what we need. See, to make sure these guys actually draw with the correct colors. Dandelion, flower, cattail, bamboo, vine, mushroom, flower. I have seen that game, the 4D one. I wonder what did they still have? Yeah, I wonder what happened to that. I feel like it's just hard to make a game that actually has a compelling gameplay loop with 4D, because it's like a hard concept to even reason about, right? Like the human brain does not do a great job understanding the fourth spatial dimension. All right, so let's see. All these grass sprites should use the right color now. Yeah, here we go. Do any other sprites in here stand out like a sore thumb? Oh yeah, some broken blocks. Some of these I can't place either. If anyone knows anyone who is good at pixel art and is looking for work, I might be interested. See, this is why I should have made a 3D voxel game, because it's not as hard to make art. 2D art, you actually have to like be good at drawing. And I am not good at drawing. Do these guys work? Nice. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Get away! Yeah, I did see that. The problem is they don't do pixel art. And this game is a pixel art game. But it would be worth a shot. Yeah, I need to think about that at some point. Because right now I've just been like working with old art. And of course I would like actually want to pay someone to do work, right? I'm not just I don't want somebody to like help me for free, right? That's just not, that wouldn't be great for anyone. So yeah, I'll need to think about that. They're pretty small. Like a block is, the core of it is 16 by 16. But like blocks can actually take up, I think 32 by 32, because there's allowed to be some like overlap on the edges. So like these guys stick out a bit further. That's how you can get kind of these gaps like this. But like a big part of games like this is just all the content they have in terms of art. because it's all just like set dressing, and I have a limited amount of it. Oh, here's this. What sprite is this? Tall grass. Wait, what's happening? I thought I fixed these. Wait, these are still broken. What? The rabbit still sprints around. There we go. Or no, maybe not. Interesting. Yeah, I have metal working now. Metal is fully implemented. Yeah, I did a lot actually. I deprecated OpenGL on Mac finally, so I'm using fully metal, which meant I was able to convert my compute shaders or my simulation stuff into compute shaders, because you couldn't do compute shaders on Mac unless you use metal, because they don't support the OpenGL version that added compute shaders, which is super annoying. Okay, so we need to get the color. Block layer color tint. What are your thoughts on Call of Duty Warzone? I don't know if you know, but I think he's asking is because I used to work for Activision. This is one of the company I used to work for. So I used to work on Warzone. I defer all comments and questions to Activision Publishing Incorporated. Yeah, I don't work there anymore though. Okay, so here's a problem. The plant block does not know how it should be colored. No, it was good. I enjoyed working there. It was fun. I learned a lot. I didn't leave out of like because I was mad or anything. I didn't get fired either. I didn't get laid off. So I was a lucky one to leave on my own terms. Wasn't true for everyone I knew. Okay, so what am I doing? Twiddling my thumb. So block attributes. So we'll just add a property in here, in the render properties, which I don't have for some reason. Here, we'll add a block color profile flag. Where do I have stuff? Sprite attributes. Sure, why not? So we'll just have different color profiles. Like maybe we have default in grass for now. And we'll just add this because we have like a tint index. And then in this, block, draw, grass. Oops, this wasn't what I meant to do. All right, and then we can just, for now, we'll just put this in here because why not? Where did I get the color? Color. So I'm like hard coding the grass color. Yeah, they weren't. It was they weren't too happy when I was leaving, I think. But it's fine. People come and go all the time. All right, so block dot. This is kind of a gross way of doing this, by the way. So in blocks, we need to expose the function to get the grass color. Block color. Color grass. So is this a static function? This is. So this actually has to be a. So we will use the world at some point. But we will return that. Now, does this know what world it's being rendered in? Yes. Where'd the music go again? Oh, my bad. Nice. Yeah, Spurvy's nice. Okay. Now we need to move this out of here. And where should I put this? I should put this somewhere else. Oh, it's almost too big for me. I'm getting dizzy. I'm actually gonna have a couple of these. Yeah, it's definitely transferable. Yeah, actually, I do kind of agree with with that as well. Like, if your goal is to just learn graphics programming, you probably don't need to spend too much time in like the game engine side of things necessarily. Not that it's a bad experience to have, because like I think it's certainly a good use of your time. But it's just like, what are your priorities? I guess. Like, don't do what I'm doing and try to write everything from scratch, because that's like a genuine waste of time probably, unless you want to be like an actual insane person. Alright, so let's see. Now I can actually access this guy in this function. It is very fun. That's why I do it as well. It's great fun. I have to figure out what my compile times are doing. This is crazy. What happened to my 3-second compile times? Alright, so let's get the curved grass, which is this guy. Now we should draw green in the world. Nice, nice. That's what I like to see, a nice green grass. But we can do better. We can always do better. So we can instead just do this. Oh, I have a great idea actually. Is this a good idea? I don't know if it's a good idea. I'm thinking optimization, because we get colors in kind of a hot loop. Like when we're rendering a bunch of blocks, we're gonna be getting a color all the time. So I want to be kind of efficient with how we branch in the hot loop. So we're gonna do something needlessly over-engineered, but worth it nonetheless. So we have this block color function, which I didn't implement, or what? Oh, I didn't put this in there. Right, so now we can get the block color profile. From the block ID. And then, since we have these functions that will do their own computation based on the type of color profile, we can have a table of function pointers, basically. So what's the syntax for these again? So we want to return a color. Here, we'll do here's our little lambda. What's the problem? Alright, so we can have a... Why am I blanking on the syntax for a function pointer table? So we have a static. I guess a color. Here, let me just set this up. Yes, I do. It's on its way. Yeah, it's gonna be bad tomorrow, I guess. So that's exciting. Yeah. I feel like every summer it's like super smoky. Oh, am I not passing in the arguments to this? Like what is going on? So these take a world handle, an integer, which takes a world handle. How do I initialize an array of function pointers? Why is the syntax so crazy? Here it is. That's what I want. The syntax is insane for function pointers. It makes sense, like your return type and then your variable is a pointer, right? And then it's an array that will be sized by the compiler. And these are the parameters. All right, got it. Yeah, let's look at the smoke map without doxing myself. Let me see if I dox myself. All right, we're good. I don't want to dox myself. Things are looking rough. Go to the where's the air quality one? Yeah, well, let's just say I'm generally in this area. And the winds are looking bad tomorrow, so it's gonna be rough. Yeah, all the homies just use standard array, standard function pointers. They don't raw dog it with this crazy syntax. But anyway, so then the cool thing is I can static assert that the length of this guy is equal to block profile right? So like if I'm missing a case, then this thing will trigger, right? And now the real secret sauce comes in. Since this is I guess this can also be const. And this can be const. Well, this doesn't need to be const because it's not going to mutate, but sure, why not? Then the real secret sauce comes in because you can just index this guy by the profile, right? Oh shoot. Is this returning a const color? What? I'm over consting somewhere. What is this saying? No viable conversion for return type. Oh, so it thinks I'm not calling this. Duh. This is a function. And we pass it. The world, the X and the Y. See, now look at this. I can eventually program. I'm a little fried right now, to be honest. AI could have just one-shot this in 3 seconds, but, you know, I'll spend 10 minutes doing it. Here, we'll call this block. I want to give him more representative names. This is fine. Whatever. And then we comment over these because we never want to forget which ones are which. Because some of these might just short circuit back to being, you know. Yeah, I get that. I get that 100%. I took out the no library thing from the title. I used to have that in my title, but I think people were getting it begged more questions than I was willing to keep responding to every 5 minutes. So I've removed it, but I'm still true to my guns. Still not using the standard. Okay, so now we can just call this function, and we have to pass it the block. What? Here, we'll call this block ID. Block ID, just so it's clear. All right. Yeah, I got rage baited. You know, I will come fully clean though and say that I have used AI a little bit lately to help me with some of the tedious stuff. Especially when it comes to porting over content from the old project to the new one. Like, I had all these block definitions in the old game, and it's just like, if there's a tool that can do this in 5 minutes versus me spending 5 hours, I started to use AI to do that kind of work. So yeah, I've slowly been converted, but you have to come clean sometime. Alright, so things are looking good. Curved grass is looking curvy. The whole AI debate is really kind of triggering an existential crisis in me, to be honest. Because I'm starting to see, you know, I don't want to say I'm a believer, because I'm really not. But I'm starting to see how, like, it can be a very powerful tool. But I also see the inverse, how it's, like, very easy to get lazy if you have a tool like that hooked up in the IDE. So I'm like kind of strict about not not using the AI integrations in my IDE, just because it's like I still want to be thinking about the code I'm writing, you know. But it's also great for planning stuff and like reading code and kind of reasoning about it. So it's like it's crazy times. So let's do the same for leaves now, because we have else? Where do we use this? So we draw grass patchy. Yeah, this is the same game. When I say the old game, I mean, here, I actually have it open, if this will ever... It might be easier to show you on YouTube. I can explain. So this game is a rewrite. It's confusing because, yeah, it's been through a journey. This game, Vitality, it's called. I originally worked on... Well, we started this like 12 years ago. Mishmash, who was in the chat earlier, him and I used to work on this game. So it was originally written in Game Maker years ago, right? Like over a decade ago. And since then, obviously the project died for a while. Like it just never got finished. And then life moves on, right? And eventually I decided to write the game engine with C++ because I thought that would be fun. Yep, the Game Maker loading times. Just wait for the build time. Where's the window? Oh my goodness. Here it is. Alright, here we go. Here's the Game Maker version of this project. So we can run this. This will also take another 3 minutes. And I won't flashbang you guys, so let's go back here. So yeah, essentially I had this old version of the game that had quite a bit of content in it, which is where all these sprites and blocks and creatures are coming from. But it was a dead project and it was written in Game Maker. But I think the idea was pretty solid, right? It was just the execution wasn't. So yeah, then I started the C++ engine, and I was like, well, I need a game to actually like work on in the engine, right? Because it's kind of hard to build a game engine sometimes if you don't actually have a game to work on. So I started a rewrite of this game in the engine. So yeah, the game is still compiling, by the way, in Game Maker. So the current version of the game that we see here that I'm working on is the new like rewrite, but it's I feel kind of shameful to admit that I'm already a year and a half into this rewrite, and this is the progress I have. So it's still a long endeavor, but I was working on the engine in parallel for most of it. So this is the current game, obviously, that I've been playing in the C++ engine. And this has like all the proper features you'd expect in a game. Yeah. Game Maker's fast and lightweight, as we're still waiting for it to run. Can I close this? Here we go. So this, if you guys squint at the screen so you can see this tiny window, is the Game Maker version. We'll see if it crashes or not. I think I can full screen. Let's see. This is what the game used to look like. And it had little NPCs. If I'm lucky, I can get them to follow me around. I don't know if I can get that to work. There's like a hotkey to have them follow me. I don't know what it is. But yeah, this game, essentially the same game, like, in a spiritual sense. But I actually know what I'm doing now when it comes to making games and when it comes to programming stuff. So, like, I want to bring this thing to reality, but actually have it, you know, technically sound and efficient. and like the water physics in this game are kind of jank as well. I don't know why the water is rendering as red. That's interesting. So yeah, this is what I mean when I say the old game. But I did have AI help me parse the old GameMaker directory and copy and paste sprites over into the new project, because this is there's a lot of blocks and sprites in this game. So yeah, we had this cool book rendering system as well. So I want to bring this over. This is kind of fun. How do I close this? How do I get out of here? Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it was a decent effort, you know. We spent like a lot of time working on this. And there are quests and stuff. I think a lot of this is just like broken content though. Some of these guys have quests. Maybe not. But yeah, this is that's the old version. So the new version, I'm just trying to implement the game but make it better, basically. Also, the old one was really unperformant, so it really struggled on anything but a gaming computer. Because again, it's GameMaker, and we didn't know what we were doing. This is some crazy world gen. There's like a floating tree. I don't know what's happening. It was not blazing fast and lightweight. Yeah. Am I tired of Windows? Yes, I am tired of Windows. The problem is I feel like I'm like married to the Windows ecosystem. So, I do run all the operating systems though. So I have a Linux PC and I have a MacBook. So I run and compile against all of them. So I'm not tied to Windows, which is a good thing. What was I working on? Oh yeah, colors. Okay, so anyway, I did this color thing. So the cool thing about the colors is if I wanted to, this will be really inefficient, but I just abstracted this function thing away. So block, color, grass. So now we have this little function table thing. I can have any logic I want in here. Here, let's just use a sine wave for now. Or no, we'll do simplex, why not? We'll seed it with just some random value. So we can have whatever color this is. So we can return a mix of these colors. And we will seed it with the simplex sample fast unsigned normalize. And we'll just give it x times 0.01. I don't know what frequency to use. Yeah, I agree with that. I like Linux, but I just don't spend much time in it. I like primarily use Linux just to compile. and see if stuff works on Linux. I know there's a lot of like dedicated Linux people though, and I want to have native Linux support in the engine, like for the game. So I'm going the extra mile there. Oh, I didn't hook this up to the main. Oh yeah, this works. See, now we get the nice grass gradient. So you have some like snowy grass over here, and then you have the green grass up here. And in theory, these little grass sprites. Where are they? Sure, let's just get the weed, or we'll get this guy. So these guys transition too. I mean, this is nothing too crazy. Just a function pointer. I actually don't have my Linux computer working right now. My RAM died. So I had faulty RAM sticks. And they failed at like the worst time to buy RAM. So I've been out of Linux for a few months, but I recently got a couple 8 GB sticks. So the Linux PC is back in operation. It actually looks so much better with the grass changing colors. I should just add like grass biomes. Or just some grass colors to the biomes. That could help out. Look at Jeff Bezos. Yeah, I bought my, I spent more than I wanted to on a couple RAM sticks. But it scares me when I do a lot of programming on the engine and I don't compile it for one of the platforms. It's like, is it still gonna work? But it worked fine. So all was good. Oh yeah, I didn't show off the fire yet. Oh my gosh. Here, I have fire in here too. Let me find a forest. I completely forgot about the fire mechanic. Okay, let me make it like nighttime, kind of evening time. Sky colors look a little jank. But we have fire in here. With fire spread. And the little leaves wiggle around. Shows off fire in a forest. Yeah. And it's cool because the campfire uses the fire as well. See a little fire. Oh, and I can change the colors. So we can do the fire debug cycle. So now we get the different colors of flames, which look kind of cool. So it's at nighttime. That's actually true. I wasn't even thinking about that. I start a pine tree on fire. In the context of the wildfires. Well, here I think you guys join the Discord. I'll add you guys to the playtest channel, and maybe we can do a playtest soon. I do want to test the multiplayer, so that's something I want to work on. I might have Steam mode or stream mode is on, so I can't see the names. I love the green flame. But yeah, so I'm gonna have different colored torches and stuff. The classic torch colors. Here's the lava. Oh, and then the oil. If I spawn in oil, spawn a little bit of oil here. Oops. We can you can ignite the oil on fire. The oil looks a little janky right now. Oh, it's not catching for some reason. Here we go. Now the oil's on fire. Oh yeah, Normal, you're the one that was asking about that in the video. Yeah, sorry I didn't respond to your comment yet. I'm bad at responding sometimes. Yeah, I can try to explain that. It's kind of complicated. And it was one of the papers or the write-ups that the guy had is what I was inspired by. But essentially, I can just show you, well, I don't know if I want to show the shaders necessarily, but essentially you have the pressure field, right? Then there's two passes of simulation. You have the grid pass, and then you have like the particle pass, the pressure pass and the particle pass. So the pressure pass is what calculates like the pressure values. I'm trying to think. It's been a while since I've even written this code. But essentially, there's like a little function that takes the pressure of the cell, and the particle pass stores the particle position within the cell, right? So it's like these little pseudo particles that kind of get instantiated within each cell of the simulation grid, and it knows the pressure of the cell and the surrounding cells. So based on the pressure and the pressure gradient, it knows how to nudge the particle from its like current position to a new position, and it's that difference is what kind of is how the velocity comes about, right? Yeah, yeah. I do have some streams. It's hard to explain. And to be honest, it's been a while since I've like really been deep in it. It kind of got to a point where I was working and I was like, just don't touch it. Yeah, it's actually 100 hertz, but yes, it runs on the GPU. So I have basically a compute shader that flip-flops between the particle and then grid pass. And that it does 100 hertz of the flip-flop, so it's technically doing 200 invocations of the pass, right? Because there's like a particle pass and then a grid pass that happens right afterwards. And that happens 100 times per second, and I have a system that schedules it, so like no matter what your frame rate is, you will have on average like as close to 100 of the update steps per second. And there's just a lot of layers to this actually. Yeah, so it's on the GPU, so it's just like a compute kernel basically. And what's cool is that I can kind of show off some of the debug stuff. So like the DB fluid, let me see, like you can have, you see I have all these render targets. This is like my debug console, and in the left are all these RT things are render targets. So these are like my data structures for the actual simulation. So like I have data structures, there's like a 0 and 1, so this is like the front and the back buffer for the flip-flop simulation. And then I have these different textures that hold data basically. And these are read by the compute shaders. So like in the velocity here, we just like visualize what this looks like. Or maybe this isn't a great one. Maybe the pressure is a better looking one. Yeah, here we go. So again, it's kind of hard to see, I guess. But like as I fly around the world, it's cool. We're in like a pretty awesome volcano scene right now. This is actually a cool terrain gen. As I fly around the world and like spawn in liquid, you can see that this is actually not the best example. essentially I have one giant texture, which is like my buffer, and it's broken up into chunks, and as I fly around the world, it streams in. It basically assigns chunks in the simulation to chunks in the world, and there's a whole system that handles like the assignment and stitching of simulation chunks. So like as you fly around, you I don't know, have one continuous volume of fluid. And the cool part about doing it chunk-wise is that you can have kind of arbitrary shaped volumes of simulation happening around the camera at any given time. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing. Wow, this is like the best volcano terrain I've seen the game produce. This is awesome. A little volcanic sea here. It should be possible in SFML. The thing is, like, I manually wrote the system that does that. So, like, the only thing you need to do that is you just need a precise timer. So, like, if you can get the frame time, like the delta frame time in, you know, microseconds, you can accumulate, like, the general principle is you take the delta time, you accumulate a value, like you have a double, say you, like, your value type is like a double, you accumulate delta time into that double, and then since your simulation runs in coarse steps, you invoke the simulation every time that double increases to, like, it goes past an integer value, right? So you're always taking the floor of that double, and that gives you the number of invocations for that frame. So if you have something that's running at 100 hertz, you basically increase this number like 100 times delta time, so that over 1 second you get 100, you know, integer increments. So then your frame rate cadence will kind of naturally balance itself out over a second, right? Because some frames will have, you know, say you're running at 150 frames a second. You know, some frames will have nothing because they haven't reached the 1 threshold yet. Some will hit like 1 frame of execution. Some will like skip to 2 frames, or like 2 invocations. But like over a second, all of them balance out to equal 100, just because that's like, you're accumulating a double up to the value of 100 once every second. I don't know if that made any sense, but that's essentially the mechanism that the game uses. I think someone asked about lighting. Lighting is a very similar system. It actually uses GPU for that too. It's a simpler shader, but it's like a GPU simulation that essentially just spreads values out. Yeah, think of it like ticks. That's actually basically what it is. I like over-explain things sometimes, I think. It's far less complicated than it seems. Yeah. That's a good point too, because that is something you have to think about. Because you can get in these conditions where, like, say your computation is really expensive per step, like per frame, or per tick. Well, let's just use the word tick, just so we're using the same word. Like if your computation time per tick is larger than your computer can actually execute within, you know, a frame's worth of budget, then you'll get these frames that accumulate, and then eventually you just kind of spiral out into the program locking up. So you do have to have some maximum, like, if the frame time goes beyond this, you just have to discard work. Yeah, I mean, I would say yes. It's, well, yes and no. I don't know. It's some of the stuff you just accumulate while you're working on projects. But, like, I would lie and say I have a lot of experience, so I just kind of know these things over time. And I think maybe it's unrealistic to expect someone who's brand new to just know these things. I think, like, with AI now, that can maybe be helpful for people. in that, like, if you use AI as like an actual helpful tool, you don't just vibe code everything as like a learning tool, I think it can be really good. Because I certainly wasted a lot of time. Well, not wasted, but like I certainly spent a lot of time in the era before like AI could just read documentation immediately. Spending time just like trial and erroring my way through things. But like a game like this is like surprisingly complicated, which is why I think there aren't many actual high-effort Terraria-like games out there. Like there's a lot of indie kind of toy projects that go this route, but like once you get deep into the actual systems and like just the web of complexities and stuff, like there's so much I haven't even talked about that I had to think about with this project. It's a lot, so I can see why people don't make games like this very often. So since I simulate at 100 hertz, it already looks pretty smooth. Like my actual frame rate right now, if I like uncap the frame rate, I'm getting about, it's probably hard to see on the stream, I'm getting about 1,000 FPS in this scene. So like the water is only simulating, you know, once every 10 frames on average. FPS decreases in full screen a little bit, obviously, but the principle applies. Like it looks pretty smooth. On the stream, obviously, it's running at 30 frame rate for the stream, so it doesn't look too smooth, but it feels smooth when you're playing it. Yeah, and I guess I'm probably going to kill the stream here in not too long, so I'll spend some time chatting, as if I haven't done that all evening. The other major complication with the water system was the multiplayer portion of it, because this is a multiplayer game, right? So the water not only has to work as a seamless system in single player, where everything is computed locally in your client, it also has to work in multiplayer, where someone else is connected to you, streaming the same world, right? So, oops. Here, perfect, we spawn in a lake. Oops. Oh, I'm in the Steam build. 1 second. Steam doesn't let you have two instances running of the same network. Yeah, so I am worried about that. So I built everything to be server authoritative from the get-go, which is why it took so long for me to implement it. So everything is server authoritative. Let's use the old session. Here we go. So here's our little water pool. So yeah, this is obviously a multiplayer game. So it's important that the fluids actually synchronize. So like I can spawn in a little debug pump here. So I have a little hotkey that spawns in a pump. Getting the water simulation to actually reliably like behave over the network is a really tough problem, and I ultimately kind of just cheated. Yeah, the AFK timeout. So yeah, I have a system with the multiplayer that reconciles basically a server authoritative copy of the simulation state while letting the client simulate locally for most of the time. So this, let me see, I have a debug overlay as well. I have a little debug view. I have debug views for everything, so I think it's useful. So the left is the server and the right is the client. You can see they're like the same right now, right? But if on the client I spawn in a bunch of water just with a debug key to desynchronize, right? So we get a bunch of water spawning. You'll see that over time there's a mechanism that will slowly, it kind of takes a while, but it will slowly try its best to bring the two back in sync. Maybe if I turn the pump off a little bit faster. So the water is server authoritative, but the client is still simulating it locally just so things look smooth. Because if you didn't simulate locally, it would just look really choppy. Because now you're at like the whims of the, I guess, the tick rate of the server. So the client locally simulates. But there's a mechanism where the server and the client can compare their water states. And it will basically force synchronize chunks where the water is like significantly different. And that's essentially the gist of it. But the implementation of that was pretty interesting. But that's another thing you need to think about. Yeah, networking is it's tough. Nice. Well, if you ever have questions about stuff, you can reach out on Discord too. I'm a bit more responsive there, because I've seen your stuff. I've looked at your channel. You've got some. I see you're making similar style games, so it's always fun. I'm clearly interested in these projects, so I'm definitely willing to help out. I don't know the framework you're working in exactly, but if you have any like conceptual discussions, I can do my best. I have thought about these games for a long time. I'll say that. I've put a lot of thought into how to make these kind of games. Yeah, I like how the rabbit's just sprinting across the water here. But the cool thing is, the water simulation is actually really cheap because it's run on the GPU. So if I get the map open, we can go fly over to the ocean. World map. Just like Terraria, my world is surrounded by an ocean. Well, maybe let's go to this ocean. We got a nice ocean here. Actually, I wanted one with caves like this one. This is kind of a crazy looking ocean because there's a cave right now, a cave hugging its its shoreline. So it's some crazy generation. But you have this huge body of water, and like if I uncap my frame rate again, and I turn off the debug view, it's like my frame rate's pretty decent. I'm streaming too, which is taxing the GPU a little bit. But like you can just like punch a hole in this and like drain the ocean. And you'll slowly see the ocean drain from above. Yeah. Well, the cool thing is that the computation, like actual cost, is essentially fixed. Like it's constant no matter how much water is on screen at any given time. Because the simulation is just running the logic for water on every cell in the simulation, regardless whether there's water there or not. It's just because the GPU is just crunching numbers, right? It's like, it doesn't really care if the cell has fluid in it, because like, it might have fluid in the next step, right? So it's just churning the same amount of work in a constant rate. So like, the amount of water, the cost of the simulation is like, kind of just baked in to the number of chunks I have simulating at any given time. So like I can just have these massive lakes and it doesn't change my frame rate at all, because it's just doing the same amount of work, which is really nice when you're trying to like plan out game content budgeting. Because like, well, if I know my simulation's taking up this much of my frame time, I can just you just account for that, right? Like I can budget 5% of my frame to do water physics. So yeah, this is really satisfying. And like we can open up the debug view again for the pressures maybe. So like, oh yeah, it's because I'm on the server right now. I'm actually simulating. I'm actually simulating 4 times the number of chunks as I was before. So we actually have this huge grid of just like simulated chunks just churning away, splashing in different places, different cave shapes. Yeah. These little puddles look like nothing in comparison. I mean, one could argue that having a crazy water simulation is, I don't know, kind of not necessary. But I thought it's fun. It really makes like the world feel alive when you can just like dig a hole into a wall and like flood the cave, right? And like to have the little item physics get splashed around. And like it interacts with the fire too, so you can put like a, I don't know, let's find some more water. So we have this like campfire down here. And then you flood the fire. Oh, fire went out. Pre-TikTok era, exactly. It's like the human brain is hardwired to appreciate flowing fluids, flowing liquid. Look at like a waterfall. People love to live near water. Yeah, and of course there's water pressure too. I guess I kind of showed that off already, but like you have different water levels that can equalize. So if I flood this cave, you get the water levels that will equalize. I'm not simulating gas though, so there's no back pressure from the compressing air. So it's not technically realistic. But it's good enough. It would be, yeah. I think so. I just haven't done it. I do have wind in the game, so I do have a wind field. In this I don't actually do on the GPU. I do the wind on the CPU. So this isn't Steam, but I do have like an air pressure thing. So it's kind of hard to see. But if I like increase the wind intensity, so I have like an ambient wind system. So these little lines are like little wind force fields. And it wiggles the... It like wiggles the leaf blocks. It moves little dust particles around. And the cool thing about that is you can have like the little campfire, and if you zoom in, you can see that the campfire actually like produces an updraft. So like it sucks these particles in and pushes them up. And then the fire gets blown around by the wind too. So I have a debug where I can like shoot wind from my character. But like if you have a windy day, it pushes the fire around. And when you light the tree on fire, it also emits wind force, which pushes, kind of wiggles the leaves. Not yet. No combustion engine yet, but that stuff is coming. The one thing I need to add still is the pollution, the air pollution and the ground pollution. Because one of the mechanics in like the later game will be basically building machines in factories. And those will obviously produce pollution if you use like inefficient inefficient machinery. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I just have these little dust particles. It's probably hard to see them on the stream because they're so small. I don't have the automation yet. It's there's so much to do. So much to do. But yeah, the wind is cool because it's, I don't know, it just makes the world feel alive, I guess. Like if we go up to like a, oh my goodness, get stuck in blocks. It's like find a mountain or something. Here, let me get a single player. Let's find a mountain. Sure, this should work. Let's find one like... I'm just trying to find a hill so we can see the wind move the particles around. So if we add a fire up here, some torches. We turn the wind up. See, I spend way too much time just like playing the game. It's hard to show over the stream because everything's compressed to hell, probably. Yeah, it was short term. But yeah, so you get these like big gusts that come in, and the particles come in. But if you like build a wall here, so you build like a little wall, now it's like your fire is protected by the wall, which is cool. And if you build a window, it's like your fire gets blown around again. Yeah, there we go. Is it necessary? Absolutely not. But it looks cool as hell, so I added it to the game. Because why not? And it's like I already had most of the infrastructure to do this just through the water simulation system. So I was like, well, actually, it's not that much work to just do the air simulation too with the wind. So I was like, yeah, might as well. And it's like you get these really cool windy moments. And in theory, like the wind should blow up through the cave system too. Like if you have fire, you kind of, I don't know. I don't have smoke particles in here yet with the campfire, so it's kind of hard to see. But the idea is like the smoke would kind of bend away from the wall. Yeah, it's hopefully the game comes out. Turns out nice though. I need to add gameplay. There's really no gameplay yet. I'm just kind of running around, building blocks. It's cool how the wind comes blowing in. I just need the ambient wind sounds, so you get like wind gust sound effects. And a few more particle types. That's the way it goes. Yeah, I need to add the grappling hook. See, I don't have any bosses. There's a little little top of the mountain beacon. I don't know if I'm gonna do bosses, to be honest. I don't know. I think the Stone Age might have bosses in the form of like the dinosaurs, like the T-Rex. And like one of the objectives to progress through the Stone Age would be like having to go do a group hunt to go kill the T-Rex or something. I think that could be a fun little adventure. But I don't think I'm not gonna focus on bosses being like a theme of the game. Just because Terraria does that so well. And I think my game will be more on the mechanics and the sort of other things that you do. Sandbox type ideas. Yeah. Alright, yeah. Thanks for stopping by. You've been in the stream for a while. I'm probably gonna end the stream soon, too, as well. I'm getting pretty hot. It's hot in here, and I'm getting hungry. But yeah, I'll try and stream again more frequently. I know it's been like 3 months since the last one. So we'll see. Maybe on Wednesdays I can do them. But yeah. I love the clouds too. The clouds. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but the clouds also naturally evolve over time. I can control the cloud density. I guess I can't control the clouds. Interesting. Must have broken the command. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. More of the random event type thing. Because I think that could be fun. Especially with like the NPC stuff that I've been talking about all evening. About how the NPCs are kind of like capable little navigators in this game. I think I could lean into sort of the random world event type content. And it's less about like going to go defeat a big boss and more about encountering things that happen in the world and dealing with it. I think that could be fun. That's the cool thing with sandbox games like this, though, is there's just so many different ways you could take the game. Oh, here's a great test for the parkour cave navigation. Let's see if this guy can navigate from all the way down here. This is just dumb. Yeah, I should definitely have a limit on the ledge grab ability of the NPCs, like a cooldown timer or something. Because otherwise they just like sprint up walls like they're a monkey. That's funny. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Don't worry, we're already competing with like Terraria and Starbound, so... Like, even if I finish this game, I'm going to be compared. I'm going to be compared to Terraria, because they see it at a glance, and it's like, oh, it's Terraria. It's Terraria inspired. But yeah, I'm gonna head out. Thank you guys for watching. I will keep you guys posted in the Discord too if you all joined. We'll get some playtests going. Which should be a lot of fun. Actually, really looking forward to that. So, I greatly appreciate everyone's time. So, yeah. But yeah, thanks everyone. See you guys. Have a good one.